welcome to session number 68 of Tears of the Kingdom. Probably just a short one today, because we can't stay too long, but we are still, theoretically, nearing the end. We didn't really make much progress in the previous stream, because we're still scouting for one of the remaining shrines in the sky. Also, yeah, let's get up there and tag the dragon while we can. Before anything else happens, let's make sure we have an attempt at Talon. And to do that, I think we just need to build a vehicle right away. Currently, incidentally, we're sitting at 146 shrines, same as in the previous stream, and about 410 Koroks. I believe we've spent 401 so far. Yeah, we're still working on shield upgrades. That's still up for grabs in the open. We are going to very quickly scratch something together here. We have so little zonite remaining, and so I think we'll almost certainly need to go to the depths relatively soon to get it back in order. But in the meantime, we're going to go for some dragon fangs so we can get one together quickly. And yeah, after that, I mean, we're still looking for that island that's not accounted for, but whether we're able to grab it or not, we're definitely overdue for some zonite mining and some related depths exploration. Look at that, star fragment coming in at the same time, which is always a little troublesome because our priority is going to be the dragon, if we can manage it. This isn't the quickest ascender vehicle, but I needed to scrap something together pretty quickly because we just noticed a dragon coming in overhead as I was starting to stream. Yeah, we're through a big chunk of our battery already, which is maybe not great. Yeah, definitely expecting to spin a charge on this just to try and catch her in time. But we've got one fang already, and we're going to go for a second on the light dragon here. One large charge will look pretty necessary. We'll try to intercept before we get into problems with thunder, which are coming up pretty quickly. I probably had some kind of plan in mind at the beginning of the stream, but you know, we like to follow our instincts and chase objectives as we see them. And this will be no exception as we get ready to plug in another battery and get in close to try to give the light dragon a bit of a love tap on the beak. So let's find a charge. We have one ferry remaining, but that doesn't matter because we've got a skydive suit. I actually should have gone for energy efficiency with my zonite mask here and just switch masks if we are falling. You gotta get accustomed to switching back and forth. Yeah, this is actually going to send me all the way up to these islands. Maybe I should have built something a little bit faster, like one of the 4-fan designs. Just so we could guarantee that we get enough speed. Because we certainly don't want to end up in the Thunder Isles. just yet. I have a few ideas for how to approach those, but we're low enough on zonite that we could potentially run into some problems. West Occluded Archipelago, and now we're finally getting one in Dragon Range, musically speaking, so let's get ready to ascend. Again, we do need to get ahead of her slightly. Indeed, is this also one of the islands I wanted to see? I'm not sure. I will try to catch her in a moment. Let's drop in first. Oh. Would be nice to loot a rocket here or something. That's just a momentary recharge at the station, and we'll try to move on ahead of her. Again, I'm going for the beak. And we reach some unseen islands along the way, all the better. Because I don't know if I've been over here. Regardless, once we tap the beak, we'll need to go get it, so... Just trying to tilt forward and get ahead. Gain some elevation. This turned into a rather lengthier chase than I envisioned. But we're often at the mercy of the camera angle, so... And for that matter, Unovo's position, which is thankfully not off to the side this time. So we're going to try to catch her. On the beak we can. It's a bad time to be intercepted. Just gotta hang on steady. There we go, tap. And then get caught by a bit of an updraft here. That is okay, because what we're going to do now is we're going to switch to my skydive helmet and just do a straight drop. Now, doing this recently has lost me quite a few vehicles, and I don't know if we have any chance of preserving that one, but... Look at that. Another happy landing. We'll even get a Korok out of this deal too, so... if we can find it. Yeah, given that we saved the vehicle, we'll definitely keep it and keep going. Where did it go? Up a tree, maybe. Or elsewhere here, yeah, there we are. Tree to tree. There we are. Now, if I'm not mistaken, we're actually pretty close to a chasm that I had not discovered. Or had I? We'll check in a moment. Oh no, this is just the one by the bridge, I see. Anyway, we were nearing a couple of islands up there, that looked interesting. And of course, if we're anywhere near a ferry, we should go for an upgrade. Now that we have the fangs. Now once again, let's go for energy efficiency. Yeah, we had gone up there previously. But is this close to one of the shrine locations I'd already hit? Yes. It's been done already. Wasn't it? This, however, was where we were playing, and then kind of goes this way. That goes over to the Sonai Forge Island. That would leave us something that we haven't seen yet. Let's just set him on fire, I think.
Yeah.
1 for 2, okay, that's fine. Yeah, I got a couple of islands isolated over there. That's where the whole Thunderhead structure is going to be. That I don't know if we had hit. I think we must have, many times in fact, on the way over to the Thunderhead Isles. Because that looks very much like it's a construct fight. I think priority at this point should be to head over to the nearest ferry, get an upgrade, and then probably drop down a chasm from there. Now, the interesting thing is that if we do an over here, drop down this chasm, and then make an attempt at a floating coliseum, which, if we go unprepared, I think we're actually able to do. Alternatively, we'll go down here and see if we are now permitted to interact with the Spirit Temple and the Construct Factory, or if that's going to require progress through a main quest. Let's rise up into the sky and see. Yeah, so there's a chasm right here that I think I'd actually not previously scouted, which is important to know, because this location would get you directly down to everything down there. It was actually going to land right on top of the Yuga base, if I'm not mistaken. And so for some reason I didn't get discovery off of this previously, but it was a bomber. Yeah, a very important one. Lands you right in the Yuga base. And it's actually our best access point for the Spirit Temple and the Construct Factory. I think though before I go down, we're going to go for that gear upgrade first. Then we'll decide whether we want to go down here, or if alternatively we want to attempt the floating coliseum, which, again, looks pretty doable. So it's just a matter of what I would like to approach. First, we're kind of equidistant between this ferry and the other one, so it doesn't really matter too much either way. And we'll want to check all of this, so let's go for it. We'll see if I actually am prepared. Yeah, we've got a pretty good weapon bank at this point. Main limitation, perhaps, would be gloom food. And that's something that can't be resolved. So we'll go for it. And just fly over to the other ferry. I actually can't remember if we have taken the flame clock on the bridge. Anyway, that's not a priority right now, though. We're going to go straight over to plateau area and over to where we can. Also, we have sufficient orbs at this point to create an additional heart container, so we might also consider doing that while we're going to be flying over to central structures anyway in the Great Plateau. So that's how we'll do it. Straight to the old Temple of Time. I guess it would be newer than the Zonai Temple of Time, but you know, close enough. Same principle applies. Now we'll just drop a quick prayer there while we're able. Straight through this open wall in this crumbling edifice that has yet to be restored. Anyway, here we are. Yeah, there's another one. Now, one of the reasons we do want to get the Champion's Leather upgrade rather quickly is so we know how much Sunderland left over. And how much of that will be needed for upgrades versus being usable for gloom food. Which again is the main thing we're at risk of running out of when we decide to head down below. But yeah, 100 zonite, under 100 zonite rather already. That was unexpectedly swift. We can actually keep tailing the Lake Dragon and tap her for more, probably. I actually don't know if I've been up there to this platform up here in the sky. Anyway, we're momentarily cold, so let's just deal with that. Actually, kind of suspect I haven't been there. James D, I'm doing alright. Not intending to go very long today, but we'll try to get some essential business done while we can. Get over to the next fairy fountain that we already see in the distance. And yeah, things are going alright over here. We actually need to go back down to the depths because we are under 100 zonite now. I also haven't done the big Colosseum fight there yet, and so that's something I want to get done since we're going to be in the area. And I think I'm probably outfitted for that at this point. We'll see how it goes. And at some point we'll want to do Spirit Temple, although possibly as quest locked. We still have one, well, probably two shrine locations to discover in the sky. One of them is likely Thunderhead, one of them might be elsewhere. We scanned for a while last stream and didn't find anything. So that's still on the agenda. And because by my count, we're missing at least two shrines in the sky. Anyway. Oh, I should have seen how much cash I have first before coming here, but that's okay. Can you get out of the way so I can talk? Adults are having a conversation here. A fragrance that's familiar to you. Well, I wonder if she's referring to the gloom. Okay, so we do have enough cash. And we'll be going for Champion's Leathers. And yeah, we've got plenty of Sunderland to work with, so we'll see what the next Sunderland cost after this is for Tier 4. Because that will likely require something like Dragon Horns. So. Give me a bit of a smack here. 22 is kind of nice. The care I put into it. And I'll see what the cost is for the next one, although we'll need actually only one Light Dragon Horn. 20 Sunderlands, so we'll have 18 Sunderland left over for food. You know, if the Light Dragon is close enough, we could even go for that now. And just get the Champion's Letters up completely. Yes, we did see her flying up above, and I don't know if she's available to farm for more parts right now, but it might be doable. We'll just chase her down. We'll need a lot more lightning guts for this kind of thing, but yeah, and eventually, you know, the weakness of Snow Cold set is really kind of a hindrance right now. We need to find some more Fireless Alphos at some point. But yeah, for the purposes of saving cash for the time being, let's hold off on the other upgrades for just a moment while I see if maybe we can go for the Light Dragon Horn. No. Because didn't I just see the dragon pass by over there? That's gonna happen. Yeah, that's definitely the Light Dragon, right? Not Frost or something. I actually can't tell. I think it was her. that way. Why don't we put a rocket or something on this? And just go for it. Maybe even a... Tempted to use a big battery here, but no, that's okay. We've got plenty of zonite charges. We can use that instead. That seems a ways off, though. Kind of losing track of it at this point. Actually, can't tell if that's the light dragon or the frost dragon. I think it is the light dragon, though. We'll just try to hop over and intercept. Yeah, we go for the horn. And then we'll get the champion's letters up completely, and we'll be doing extremely well in armor value. Not that we really need it, but, you know, it's satisfying to complete it anyway. Yeah, we'll probably have a bit of a depths stream after this. But, you know, unexpected things do happen. We do get diverted all the way across the map from time to time. And we'll just have to follow our curiosity to whatever trouble it leads to next. Yeah, this time we are going to try to tap around the horn. See a cave directly up ahead, I think. I wonder if it is one I've seen, because it looks like I haven't discovered anything in the area, and so... I'm gonna look at this quickly. Although, yeah, that's totally light dragon, so we'll continue trying to chase her, but... I'm gonna look at this first in case it is a cave entrance. No, it's just a little ledge. Okay, we're gonna try to go up the cliff then and get some height and intercept the other way. Incidentally, more swift violet here. We did that for snow boots, didn't we? That's okay, let's keep flying first. Oh, nope. I'm a bit stuck here. Oh, whoops. Hang on. Oh, hang on. There we go. Getting accustomed to making saves like that, at least. Okay, losing track of the dragon, we need to tail her around. We'll go around this ledge this way. That's where she was headed. And again, objective will be the next dragon horn. We just need one. And indeed, now that I can actually take a safe fall, if Unopo's aim isn't cooperating, I can actually jump out and do this with an arrow. And live to tell the tale. Frost Talus over here, we're not dealing with it yet. go over here quickly. Reload some battery. Should have considered going rocket here actually, but that's okay. We'll still be able to do this, I think. And hopefully the shard will drop into an acceptable location. Yeah, doing pretty well in the height gain this time. So we're going to try to tap the horn. That'll be the objective. And do we need to jump out of this to do it? We will. And Shinju coming in with a party of 9. Laurie Music, thank you for bringing your friends as well. Let me give you folks a quick shout out. Hang on. I don't know if I'm actually... Oh, CGVT, okay. I think I'm so used to typing in YT because so many people brand their YouTube channels. It's Shinju VT. Last seen playing Mario Kart. We had a fun party over there. Oh, I suppose... Wave 5 is about to come out in Mario Kart, isn't it? I thought it was tomorrow, but I have to make time for that at some point. But anyway, I hope you've been enjoying all of the existing courses, and thank you so much for bringing your crew. We've been doing alright, just having a bit of a short session today. I am getting closer to the end. And yeah, if it does release, you're 100% streaming it. Well, I will keep a lookout for that. Yeah, because I believe Wave 5 is expected this week. I thought it was tomorrow or maybe the day after. I always have to keep track of which time zone has been announced. For what? Yeah, I think we can do this on the current battery. Let's get in nice and close. There we go. Tap the horn. That's exactly what we need. We're going to veer over here. And we're going to get the drop as soon as the battery expires. And watch this, it's going to be very, very accurate. Very, very accurate. Look at that. We've had some practice doing stunts like that. Okay, great. Now we have all of the upgrade parts we need for the Champion's Leathers. So we're going to take that back to the ferry. Back to the same one, I think. And then we'll proceed from there, so. You're going to head out? Yeah, thank you anyway for coming in. Hope you had a great stream on your end. And yeah, do get some rest. Okay, so back to the ferry. What's the idea? I'm probably missing some valuable interaction up here, and that's okay. Because we've actually gotten everything we need off of Light Dragon for now. And we just need to drop it. I am scanning around because I'm keeping my eyes open for... Oh, this looks like a Korok. Come on. I'm keeping my eyes open for islands that we haven't been able to hit yet. Okay, this looks like a create a shelter style Korok. So we'll do exactly that. This looks like it's falling just a bit short. No, we just need to lodge it above, and there we go. And what a happy statue. It's all smiles. Oh, let's just sap this guy. We don't need this bow to do it. Actually, all our bows are really good. Let's just use the duplex. Yeah, I'm pretty loaded with weapons at this point, so we're going to do the big Coliseum fight that I scouted out weeks ago. If I can make it there. Is the durability better in this game than the first? I don't know if it's better necessarily. I mean, weapons still do break, but you get a lot of weapons that have durability buffs on them, and the weapon forging mechanic actually extends durability by a bit in most cases. Like when you assemble weapons together, they do seem to last longer unless they specify that they're not going to. Now, some weapons will tell you that, you know, they're not going to gain durability from attachments, but for the most part, that means that weapons do gain durability from attachments. And so you have a lot of options in this game to kind of preserve durability if you really want, but I found that just given the number of options available in this game, that very often I actually do want to cycle through a lot of different interactions as often as possible. Have I beaten this Frost Talus? We're going to find out. Hang on here. I don't know if I've faced this one already. If I haven't, what we're going to do is, first of all, let's go with some fruit. Oh, we defeated this one, okay. Do I care about it? Yeah, we can put it on the Royal, I suppose. But I also don't know if I want to bother. Okay. Let's club it to death with something. We can probably go... I don't want to use something too valuable because I'm trying to stash good weapons right now for a big fight that we know is coming. And sure, let's use the duplex. Might want to restock arrows. Okay. One big cycle here. Kinda quick. It's gonna take him down. There we go. And let's whack him with something else. What haven't I been using? Let's go for the rock hammer. Yeah, what I discovered when it comes to durability in Breath of the Wild and in this game is that the systems are trying to encourage you to not be a pack rat and actually use your big stuff. I tend to be a bit of a pack rat anyway when it comes to games like this. But I find that, you know, the game wants you to have fun. And often, the way that the itemization works in this game is that you actually kind of pick up relatively common or low damage weapon bases all the time, and the thing that's actually unique is how you improve those weapons with loot that you get off enemies. And so it's much easier to feel like you have a second chance at weapons that you break off, simply because you can target a specific task or an enemy and just kind of reassemble the weapon again, right? So like, you know you're going to be able to get it back. So it's not like, you know, you just have one thing stuck in your inventory forever because you're afraid to use it. I think there's a lot of rebalancing like that happened in this game that I found to be extremely well thought out. I don't really care if I break the duplex today. Oh. And then we'll whack this over here if I can. Oh. I totally missed that. Didn't even get a jump on it. Oh. There we go. Bit of a resource trade on this one, but the idea was to pick up the Frost Talon's Heart. Yeah, I actually never minded the durability design in Breath of the Wild that much, to be honest, but you definitely feel like you have more options in this game to kind of target the inventory that you want, I would say. So I feel like I've always been like drowning in good weapons in this game, so I just wind up using the good stuff anyway because I'm just absolutely inundated with it. There's so many situations where I just need to do some kind of like really simple low damage task, and I feel like every single weapon I have is too good. Now that's partly a function of having played for a long time, mind you, so because I've been on this game for quite some time at this point. But yeah, as you can see, you know, tons of my weapons have a double durability buff, and in general, I feel like I've been trading resources pretty favorably. Yeah, I've been playing this nearly every day since launch. It's not going to continue. I'm actually going to have a pretty major disruption in my streaming schedule in a few days and for most of the rest of July, so that's partly why I'm trying to cram this so hard, is that I do want to get to something I can call finished sometime in the next week, I hope. I'm pretty close to 100% shrines, I think. And I can tell that I'm filling the map and it's winding down. There are 2 shrines that I've been unable to do without the paraglider so far. But 2 is not bad considering just how many others there are and how many problems we resolved. And so that looked like something here. I don't know if that's just a rock or a... That's just a rock. Oh no, it's just a little baby ice talus that I totally missed. But yeah, I did go back to Mario Maker for a little bit around GDQ, but because a lot of friends of the stream contributed levels to the big GDQ relay event. But otherwise, we've been on Zelda pretty much continuously since it launched, and it's the heaviest I've ever streamed any game. It will never happen again. because it's wildly impractical for me to be playing this much of a video game. But I kind of went into this mentally prepared for an undertaking this big because I knew how I played Breath of the Wild, and I knew that if this game were anything like that, that I was going to have a pretty big time ahead of me. Did we already see whatever this hole is? I'm trying to mark it here. We must have. I feel like that's like the gas crater or something. Oh, that's the plateau cave. Interestingly enough, we never found a bubble frog in that one. So that might be worth going back to. But anyway, we're going to finish the upgrade first. And then... okay, Great Fairy is right there. I'll probably just drop it in. And to do that, we'll go into the sky suit. Sky suit, where are you? Oh, there you are. Glide suit, rather. Yeah, we'll just drop in on her directly. Once I get my metal weapons off. I'll just try to drop in right on top. Well on target if I can manage it. Oh. Let's try to recall this back. Oh, missed it again. Hang on. Come on. There we go. A little bit fussy sometimes to set this up, but we managed the landing, so... okay, let's upgrade the gear. Yeah. Was I missing something for the snow boots as well? Felt like we were still missing some Swift Violet, which I noticed when I passed them earlier. Right, have we done that one already? Let me check. Oh yeah, we were actually just one Swift Violet off. I should have stopped to pick one up earlier in the cliffs. That's okay. Anyway, Champion's Leathers. That's going to be one of the strongest pieces in the game. So we're going to be a little over-prepared for the Colosseum fights, I'm sure. So what I'm going to do probably is see if I can make some Sunderland meals now that we've spent so many on upgrades. Let's see if we can head over to a cooking point, although we are in a thunderstorm here and cooking may not naturally. Yeah, that's been extinguished. That's okay. This is like a creme brulee. pretty sure. What's new? The Yiga nabbing of Princess Zelda. And yeah, we filled that earlier. Pretty sure our colleague wrote that story. Oh, okay, it's sunny now. We should actually buy some arrows. And yeah, let's sell something. Still doing pretty well for a lot of gems. I guess we spent a lot of that sapphire upgrades before. We want to stash opal and amber for the time being because we do need them for more upgrades, but I think I could probably afford to sell some ruby. Even if it's not at the optimal prices. Okay. Now then. Let's head down the nearest drop point that we can, which is going to be Plateau North Chasm, which actually takes you straight down to the mine. That's okay, that's very close to where we want to go. Also, there's a Korok here. Probably one that I just neglected to transport at some earlier point in the game. Oh no, we found that one over there. Is there one that we needed to transport up to his friend? I thought there was. The balloons here and everything. Maybe we had done this one already. Yeah, I think so. Just forgot to remove the tag. Treasure chest was just a mini game. Yeah. We're going. Also, we're right below something potentially interesting. Is Aurora's blessing over there? I don't know. That was just part of the same network location. Might have been. Yeah, because we had seen this previously. We probably have been there. I think it was just one of those where you defeat the construct and then plug in a shrine. Actually, there's an easy way to check. South Hyrule Sky Archipelago. I think that actually was just a crystal transport. Yeah, South Hyrule Sky Crystal. Probably that was it. Anyway. To the North Chasm. Oh, I forgot to cook. We can probably find a cooking point. Somewhere here. Yeah, we'll be fine, I think. Even though attempting to cook was the purpose of going to the stable to begin with. Yeah, we'll go down, we'll try it. And again, given that I'm in the sky suit, it will be able to just drop in. No trouble, I think. Just to make these custom descender vehicles and everything that were very well engineered. Now we're just going to drop down the fast and sloppy way. Now that we can do it. Oh. Oh, did I lose my vehicle? Let's do that. That's okay, we can always assemble more. I guess I did have to ride it down for it to not despawn. That's alright. We can even drive, but... over here... yeah, I guess got bounced like crazy. Oh well. But it just probably despawns completely from the zone change if you're not personally attached to it. Anyway, zonite. We actually do want some. We're so low on large zonite too, I didn't realize. Probably because we spent a whole bunch of it on the gear upgrades. Yeah, Master Sword is back, which is good because we're probably going to attach something to it as well. For damage purposes. I'm going to stay out to Desk Claymore because it's more of a souvenir. We'll put something reasonably big on the zonite sphere. But first, let's actually get over there with a vehicle. We don't need to go far. Might even just walk it. No, that'd be silly. Let's see, what do we have? Sled. We can assemble some wheels, but then we would need to go up one level. So it would be better to have an aircraft, I think. Or, better yet, we can just do this really cheap thing that we've actually barely used. And just balance how to craft this way. Hang on. We can improve this. Make something quick and dirty to get me upstairs. Okay. Yeah, now that we're just much less afraid of fall damage, we do this stuff. Just drop in as we go. Probably I should have a bit of a forward tilt on the fence. What we can do is just make some revisions. Like 45 degrees. Assuming it doesn't just spill me forward, which it might. But yeah. Should put a stabilizer on this actually. Look at that. Beautiful. Really smooth, actually. Why haven't we been using this all game instead? Very cost efficient too, very lightweight. Maybe just slightly hard to board, that's all. Look at that, it's so quick, it's so energy efficient. We should just switch to this most of the time. It's absolutely fantastic, actually. I should have saved that. We may in fact do so. Maybe we have something we want to clear from favorites. We're just going to clear this thing. Because it never works. Yeah, let's put this little mini bike there. Okay. So, I believe this is the massive Mega Lionel fight. As far as I remember from scouting it weeks ago when we came here during my first excursion into depths. So let's get weapons in order for it. Probably attach something to both Master Sword and the Zonite Spear. Yeah, Gloom Food is going to be the key. And we'll probably do some kind of Mighty Food off the bat as well. So, what am I doing? I've got a couple of these Silver Boko parts. I feel like we're going to use one of those and maybe a second one of those as well, but let me just check. Civil's Office is a bit of an upgrade, but not a huge one. We're going to use two of those. Oh, hey, no, that's a Zonite weapon, not a Gerudo weapon. Hang on. So we'll use something else. Probably Captain Force, Soldier Force, Soldier Force. Captain Force is pretty good though, it's 35. It's a big jump, in fact. I just don't know if I need it for crafting. Okay. Just gonna drop in here. Before we approach it too closely. Let's park this over here. Yeah, it's gonna be Lionel's galore. So let's make sure we switch to a couple of better pieces. We want a little bit of gloom resistance. It's not gonna be very much, though. Yeah, Royal Guard would actually have been our best piece in terms of armor value if we had graded it, but instead we're going to go with the Sodite Helm. So we've got 80 armor. Looking very good. Now here's the thing, is that it would be useful to have jumping off points available. So that I'm able to get jump shots every now and then. This gate is going to go here, so you can't use that as an ascension point, but let's try to scout this terrain in advance. Also, you can kind of go up here and then get a jump shot. I don't know how well that'll work. Okay, so we're using the steps on the other side. Alright, let's just see it. Let's just see it. Probably getting someone up in advance. No, actually, that won't hit. Okay, that's gonna shut. Let's play. Right. Anyway, let's pop them. Oh. Okay. It would be nice if I got at least one headshot in. Whoa. Let's not run ourselves out of stamina. Okay. Take it down quickly. Just loot him. Again, I have to watch the stamina bit here. There we go, Flurry Rush, finally. Hardly seen this in the game. Master Sword's running low, you tell me? Oh. Whoops, lost Rishu. Okay. I actually forgot to eat food at the beginning of the fight, but... Alright, let's switch to something else. Got lots of weapons to choose from. Let's go with the 68 spear. We've been saving the good weapons for something, and this is surely a candidate for that something. Lionel bow, we should actually... yeah, these aren't even the good Lionel bows, to be honest. So, We'll just use them. I'm just burning through my stamina. With every single shot. At least you're only fighting one at a time. But also, the armor value is completely insulating me here. Oh, we should go mount him. We should do it now. Okay. Here we go. At least this guy actually responds to headshots. Yeah, you try to switch the bow as soon as you gain elevation on him. Which works for me. We'll need to get Gloom Food up and running soon. Okay, Gloom Food has a +8 with a +6. Yeah, might as well just give ourselves a bit of a buffer here. This one's pretty tanky, yeah. And he is. Oh, that's a bit too much spread in that shot. Okay, let's go for him. Oops. Bit of a weird position there. Let's let him do his thing. Alright. Spread is pretty good for actually getting a headshot like that at long range. Oops. Anyway, well, that didn't last long, unfortunately. Okay, let's get him. Down. There's gotta be one more, right? Yep. This one's got the Savage set. Which just means we're going to get to the Savage set after we get run down a little bit. Alright. Yep, trying to dodge that. Whoops. It should have actually achieved the two-hander there so we can... That's one of the few times in the game that we've actually lost a shield in combat because we so rarely use shields. Yeah, let's let him break some more stuff. Doesn't matter too much. Mighty Lionel Bow. Is that what we want to use? I guess it can be. Kind of want to save that stuff for Gleoxin like that. Oops. Okay, good. Snipe him. Oops. I was trying to run to the ramp there, I just didn't see it. Oh, okay. Tulin's gonna be useful and get a headshot for me. Nope, trying to dodge out of that. That was wrong pattern. Whoops, wrong way. That's okay. Let's shield out of that. I used to know all of the Flurry Rush patterns in the first game, but we've been using so little Flurry Rush in this game that I've basically forgotten how to do it reliably. Alright, let's heal up. We've had a lot worse. There we go. Badly damaged though, it's not gonna last long. Let's switch to something else. We got a 58 there. That's a 200 though, it's a bit slow. We might as well just start expanding it. Whoa. Yeah, of course. That's okay, I don't mind breaking a few shields. Here we go. Oh, come on. Stamina's a bit of a problem right now. Come on, mount? No? Wasn't correctly positioned for that. Oh. Now look at him. Just shut his mouth after being shot in the mouth enough times. Also, let's make sure we switch bows so we don't run into trouble later. We're chipping down gradually. It's just going to take a bit of time, that's all. Reposition? Why reposition? What was wrong with my previous position? What? That really wasn't bad. Is he the last one? I still see a gate. Aha, there we go. Oh, here's a big guy. Yeah, that wasn't gonna last. Can I loot stuff, please? Okay. Alright, let's break a bow or something so we can switch to a good one. Got a couple that are +6 at this point. It's okay, as long as we start dropping some bombs on him. Unova is good too. Potentially. Triple bomb there was a Lionel bow. There we go. Armor down. And then it's just back to this. We can, in fact, probably fuse something into it. Since we're actually up on a Lionel shield now. We'll deal with that later. If he wants to break some of my other shields, I don't care. We actually had a net gain in arrows because these guys drop so many, which is nice. Oh. Okay. Yeah, we'll definitely have to remember to trade up in bows by the time we're done. Oh. Anyway. That's taken. Pretty durable bow too, actually. I say it just is badly damaged, but you know, it's expected at this point. I explicitly want to spend it so I can loot the other one. Okay. Gonna farm some more Lionel bows. And yeah, we'll get back up to the Royal 47. Oh, so much for that shield, yeah, as expected.
And, yeah, whatever, he's gonna break stuff. I actually never really did figure out how the shield calculation works in either game. Okay. All right. Yeah, we'll try it again. Okay. Dead. And we'll see what this is. It's gotta be something decent. We previously gotten fairly unique helms out of the Colosseum fights. Korok Mask came from one. Zant Helm came from another. I'm expecting good things. Anyway, we have room for another Savage. We'll keep some of these. I feel like maybe dropping the Zorabo might be best here, because then one of these two. Then we can probably afford to drop something else here. I mean, this is going to be flimsy, probably. Oh, this is no good. Let's drop that. Royal Claymore plus 15. Yeah, we'll keep that. Bullet Time Ledge has replaced Flurry Rush, pretty much. I mean, given how good archery is in this game. For the first few weeks, I was just massively overspending arrows all the time because archery is such an all-purpose tool this time around. Yeah, so this stuff we leave. What have we got? Majora's Mask. Yeah, remember that from the first game. And of course from Majora's Mask. But we did pick it up in Breath of the Wild as well. So, let's screenshot this one as a fairly good accomplishment. Yeah, let's get out of here. Okay, so next order of business is to find out whether I can interact with any of this stuff. If it's story locked, I guess we'll have to do some story. Also, let's not completely wipe out on a new experimental aircraft. As long as we don't trip over on the ground, we're actually in good shape here. The Green Goblin Glider, I actually just scraped it together right before I came to the Coliseum because, yeah, what happened was I safely dropped after a vehicle into a chasm, but then the vehicle was a little ahead of me, so it despawned, which was unfortunate, because I meant to keep one from the surface. And so because fall damage is no longer an issue for me, since I do have the, whatchamacallit, the glide set. I don't mind, you know, building some things that are a little bit riskier. I did a bit of a Ford tilt in these fans. But anyway, otherwise it's back to formula. Is that a chest we haven't had? I think it might be. It's a rather prominent one too. But yeah, now that I'm just utterly unafraid of fall damage, it's dramatically expanded the range of vehicles I can practically use. And yeah, I love how speedy it is, how lightweight. Because, you know, power efficiency is great. You were wondering when I would have the full glide set from X-Men face planting. Yeah, well, the answer to that was 2 days ago. I didn't know it existed. I mean, I knew the glide gear existed, but I didn't know what the set bonus would be. And it is obviously a total game changer for a gliderless run. I think it's actually rather significantly more impactful to a gliderless player than to a more standard player. And so it's one of the hugest single upgrades in the game for me, for obvious reason. Anyway, we're going to go around. I wonder if this was actually a rematch with the ice boss. I think it might have been, but I actually should have stopped to mine some zonite, because part of why we came down to the depths in the first place was because my zonite has been getting so incredibly low. Yeah, the traverse is really nice with this because you can go both up and down, which is why we were on the rather slower but more careful island hopper for so much of the game. You kept your mouth shut about it for 56 days. Yes, thank you. Much appreciated. Very courteous of you. It makes it all the more satisfying to run into it. But yeah, I'm sure that, you know, anybody who's doing gliderless as a second run challenge just sort of immediately plans with the glide set in mind. That would be the sensible thing to do. Anyway, let's get it over here. And if this is still inaccessible to me, we still have some treasures we can grab. So, also, we actually do need to fight a Frox from time to time because I have some gear that's dependent on it. I don't know which difficulty of Frox this is, but we'll... Whoop. I know. Oh, it is just standard Frox. Okay, that's fine. Might still be useful. He's totally gonna smack my vehicle, though. Alright, let's get up here and smack him. Spike ball, obviously. I actually don't even mind if he launches me at this point, because guess what? We can take fall damage. We'll just make quick work of them. Rather, we don't take fall damage. I should have framed that a little more accurately, but anyway. Hopefully getting back to a reasonable bank of zonite eventually. That felt really smooth. Okay. Oh, that's a dead end. Let's go around. But yeah, actually, now that I'm using this vehicle in earnest, it's a little too good. I can see why one would just get attached to this and never switch it out. It handles beautifully. Once you're in the air anyway. Very quick to assemble. Yeah, Spirit Temple is here. I don't know if we can interact with it yet, but given that I haven't progressed a quest, probably not. So let's go back to some of this stuff in the Construct Factory. Previously, when we attempted Construct Factory, we were just not allowed to interact with a panel. And I don't imagine anything has changed. But we'll see. We'll research it. There are vehicles which fly more true and require less control input to fly nicely, yeah. Probably. But this one feels pretty good to me, so. And of course, a big part of it is that now we can comfortably take fall damage. Unquestionably a big part of this. We're still missing one bargainer statue, and looking over the minimap, or rather looking over the depths map carefully, I never figured out where it could be, so. Anyway, let's just fall in here, probably. Am I in the glide suit? Yes, I am. Important to confirm that. I probably should have hit a light route at some point just to get ungloomed, but that's okay. So am I allowed to talk to this yet? Or is this going to give me a big X? Big X, okay. I guess we have to do the quest. Yeah, so currently I am at 146 shrines. We are missing 2 in the sky, probably. Possibly more, but given our exploration of the map, I'm expecting maybe 2. I mean, 6 is possible, but that would mean I would have missed a lot up to this point. We have 2 unvisited and 2 abandoned in the surface world. So we're missing 4 in the surface world. The 2 that we haven't visited are simply the ones that are in Central Hyrule, and they're probably tutorial grade. And we had 2 that were kind of glider related. When it came to problems, ride the winds over here and run for a ball down here, which may or may not be doable. I'll have to go back and try at some point, but it is in these circumstances that we are probably going to have to hit lookout landing pretty soon. Unless, of course, I figure out what's going on with the remaining sky shrines. I expect one to be in Thunderhead. And the other one is just unaccounted for. So, and I don't remember why I have a star here. Oh, probably because that was one of the text locations, which probably requires the camera. So you can show the Zonai reader, translator, what you found. So, that's the current state of things. Hasn't really improved since last game, although I guess we're playing in the depths. Now, since we can't interact with this yet, I mean, we can also go to the Spirit Temple in case maybe that is what happens to unlock the Construct statue. But failing that, we'll probably ride on ahead to some old maps and hopefully remember to pick up some Zonite along the way. I'm thinking 152 in a user. Because we're at 146 and we know it's going to be... We know about 150 already. We know about 120 in the main world, and we know for sure about 30 that was seen in the sky. And so the question is, how many have I not seen in the sky? Well, it would be some kind of multiple of 4 plus 2. So, could be like 152, 156, 160. Obviously the answer is out there, but I'm going to discover it myself. 160 would obviously be a nice round number, but I can't imagine that I would have missed that much in the sky. So... Anyway, yeah, because we can take a look at a Construct Head. Not the Construct Head, the Construct Assembly Point. You love the vast difference between the Goblin Glider and a 10-fan 4 rocket monstrosity plane. Yeah, don't forget about the balloon. That was partly so heavy to begin with because I had the balloon attached to it. I didn't realize that the balloon was creating so much weight until it burned off, of course. Yeah, but it feels like a lot of the design decisions here are driven by, you know, what actually has low durability and low expiry time. Because I feel like the wing would be significantly more interesting in this game if it didn't break so easily. You know, even when you have very little battery available, it's already breaking all over the place. Because the wing, I think, seems kind of excessively fragile. Unless there's just something I don't understand about the durability calculation. Okay, let's go over to Spirit Temple just to see if anything can happen there yet. I kind of doubt it. But we'll check it. We should also probably stop at a light route at some point. Yeah. Can you tell me something totally useless about the wing because I won't use it? Yeah, go ahead. I might even have discovered it already for all you know. Because I do love the wing, you know, for a lot of short-range purposes. We used it very often in the early game until I just repeatedly ran into durability problems with it. But, or seemingly so anyway. Yeah, we've fought this guy before. We don't really need him. Let's just go Spirit. Oops. Spilling forward a little bit though. I actually wonder if stabilizer would help or if it would hinder the elevation changes on this device that haven't so actively. Need to prompt us up a little bit. Or just, you know, do a slight recall on it to behave. The wing doesn't lose durability when it's going backwards. That's interesting. Well, better use it backwards then. That is interesting that that's the calculation, because I thought it had something to do with like load on it or something. In the same way that, you know, when you don't have fire powering a balloon doesn't lose durability. Interestingly enough, I found that, you know, I've been on some vehicles for so long, like 2 hours at a time or so, that fans do eventually lose durability after about 2 to 3 hours of wear and tear. So that was kind of an interesting thing to discover. I mean, they obviously do have some kind of durability that is affected by enemy damage, for instance, but it's sort of interesting that there's just this massive disparity in how long anything takes to expire. Also, what was this area here? Was this the entrance? I thought it was. But we couldn't interact with this last time. I still doubt we can. Unless there was something else in the area. Yeah. This seemed quest locked to me. I get the impression I should go to Lookout Landing to, you know, actually have this be unlocked by story, but we'll see, because I don't have an official clues to work with here. It's not very practical to fly backwards. No, I wouldn't think so. It also doesn't lose durability if it doesn't provide lift, like I've already found it. Yeah. Yeah, because then if you just park it on a sled or something, right? Like, then it just stays there until you actually get in the air. We saw that many times. Yeah, it really looks like I can't interact with this yet. So I think we should do a bit of a treasure hunt here just to fill out the spots we found on the map, and then we'll probably just get out of here. And it's funny that you mentioned a Green Goblin, because what is Link's basic tunic costume but that? Yeah, we actually should go down to some Zonite mines while we're exploring, but I'll try to hit both this and the other X because it's in this region that I expect I'll find the last piece in the Wind Waker set, which I would very much like to complete for old time's sake. Which is funny because I actually do have the Wind Waker Toon Link amiibo, but I just don't have it on me. If I understand it correctly, if it behaves like the first game, it would probably give me the same gear that would be looting here. But I like how everything is available in-game, though. All of the amiibo suits from the first game are just here and waiting. Somewhere in the world. Oh, whoops, something broke, didn't it? Yeah. Well, you got a wheel over here. Not a wheel, a fan, rather. Fan over there. And my control stick. Okay, it just all broke. That's fine. We'll just reassemble it. Oops. Anyway, we could use Unobo or somebody, but you know what? I just want this to come easily. Wind Waker is one of your favorite Zelda games? Yeah. Very much so. And yeah, I think it is still my favorite of the 3D run from Ocarina to Skyward. And you know, the criticisms of it are definitely something I'm aware of and I've taken into account. Like, certainly the dungeons are much more introductory, for instance, but there's so much stuff going on in the design of that game that informs a ton of stuff about Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom that, you know, I think it is a game that looks stronger and stronger in retrospect as time goes on. And you know, given my playstyle, as you can probably tell, as I've talked about before, I never had the issue that some people did with thinking that the Triforce quest at the end was some kind of huge grind, because honestly, by the time I picked it up, I was already mostly done. Because that's how I play, right? We just poke around the boundaries of the map and see what I can do ahead of time. Oh yeah, we activated this thing. That's okay. I mean, it would have been nice if Earth and Wind Temple could be done in any order, since they actually are independent. Just minor quibbles like that. In some ways, I think what makes both Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom so invigorating is that they're kind of like a bit of a wish fulfillment of things that people felt like they wanted to do or were on the cusp of doing in the older games. So Tears of the Kingdom would be saying, you know, what if the sky and the land actually were totally seamless and unified, instead of separated into pods like they were in Skyward Sword? And would say, you know, what if the depths in this case actually were just fully contiguously explorable, like how people wish old Hyrule Under the Sea was in Wind Waker. You know, and there's so much stuff going on in these new games that's like that, where it says, well, here's the thing that you wanted to do or kind of felt like you were doing in a previous game, and here it is for real this time. Anyway. Probably should have put a bright bloom seed on this so we can actually have some light, but that's okay. Really kind of started taking that for granted. Oops. Alright. Fine. You know, what if I put the seed on the back? Wonder if that would affect anything when it comes to trying to weigh it down. Yeah. Yeah, it seems a little picky for lift-off orientation, I agree. And it doesn't back out of a stuck position as well as my previous short-range hopper build, which was kind of built for caution and finesse, right? Yeah, definitely the 45 angle. Here it does create a couple of constraints. Yeah. Yeah, as you can see, I'm running into a few issues with it. For a sudden incline like that, I feel like I have to kind of pull out and wrap back towards it. The purpose of tilting the fans forward is so I can actually have a powered descent. Which is something that is not easy to design in this game. It's a surprisingly interesting problem to create craft that can land easily. Whoops. As you can see, getting stuck all over the place. Yeah. Amazing how the glide suit just gives you so much freedom to experiment. Yeah, because I basically need it on a slope or something to... Oh. Let's get this thing to behave. Powered loss of lift, exactly. Anyway, I want to go for the ancient observation deck. Come on, pick this up. Yeah, hugs the wall a little too well, but you pull back like this, and you can kind of get a nice straight ascent. You can basically pull back as far as 45. So you don't mind an inability to go backwards. This is not too bad. Okay, fine, we'll do that. Well, version 1 products being what they are. Anyway, ancient observation deck. So it'll be somewhere in this corner. I'm surprised I missed it. And moreover, that's this dark here even after popping so many light roots all over the place. Whoops. Look at this wall. Okay. Perfect. Captain Hero, okay. That's the NES set. Let's pick up a little bit more. Okay, let's see here. Next we'll go for the other one. The other nearby X, and then we'll probably pop out after that. Doesn't really improve our Sunlight bank by very much. Oh. Fun. Oh. Okay. Getting back to it. Okay. Up and then over to the next one. Anyway. Yeah, really do love the speed on this. As long as we don't run into any walls. This is pretty useful. Yeah. And nothing else to see here yet. Yeah, I mean, you know, in the depths, it's quite literally all territory I've mapped out, or seen, or otherwise been introduced to, just faintly out of view. Yeah, this is previously the site of a Yiga fight. We don't particularly care this time. Just want to get a quick light route to build things up. And we'll just let the gloom restoration happen. Okay. Let's grab that. Okay. Okay, so next marks the spot. Okay. Okay, time to check in the trees. Okay. And that's simple. The backwards master grove, if you notice. Alright, still don't have the full wooden set. But I think we actually finished the skyward sword. So that's who knows? Yeah, but that gets you the glider buff. Wouldn't that be amazing? Alright, let's reposition here a little bit. So we don't run into issues like that. Luckily, no fall damage. It's like a cross between a tree And those head parasites in Resident Evil 4. I don't remember what they were called. But you know what I mean, the head parasite guys. Okay, out we go. Okay, we found it. Oh yeah, now I have a vehicle. Where did I leave it long ago? Anyway, that's done. I say this point we get back out. Although, again, the inspector was supposed to be something here. And a wellspring of wisdom that we simply never found. Highly suspected, but what can you do? Oh no, the Coliseum, yeah, we've done that previously. Anyway. So much for that particular claim. And so we get back up to the surface and just resume what we were doing. It's just a short dip for some zonite. Yeah. Okay, that's done. Alright, so we know that we still have more to look up in the sky, possibly even around this area. Actually, sky above eventide. I think it was just a... Oh no, that was the King Leok. That's right, we've fought that before. Because we found the King Leok in 3 separate corners now. Yeah. How do I put a treasure chest? Oh, that's for the main world. Anyway. Yeah, very different outlook on this. I think we might have to capitulate to doing quests, but we can make maybe one more attempt at the Thunder Isles to see if our map markers do anything to save our position in it. Well, let's find an appropriate line of coverage here. Let's see. Or we can go for the low-hanging fruit. The obvious trends winning away all game. And hope that the remaining one wasn't also just a case of obviousness. Although the unaccounted ones do have to be in the sky, so that could change things to begin with. And yeah. We finally even mapped this place. We're not just staring into the void, but I think we'll do it. Okay, so let's find an intersect it. And yeah, don't know how you're doing in terms of region too, so okay. Alright, let's go back and zoom up then. Or of course you could just reconfigure and keep you on launch from the side. Yeah, then there will be sushi rice. Just get as much of that as you can. Okay. We'll go back to this one, I think. This seems like it's the best option. And that's too bad that we lost so much and so quickly. I mean, I have everything. It was written down, of course, but it is not the same way as genuinely trying to know to mind. No. Anyway, grab some of these. Okay. All the way up top. Do we have all four? Okay, great. Would be nice to have some dialogue here. Oh. You can base over there. Oh, we've done it. We've done all of it. Chimney over here in the forge. We don't really want to spend some of that at this point. Yeah, let's just go back. Or we can go to the nearest vehicle point and just make a new one. I think I'd probably just, yeah, drop to the abyss here. Let it roll away. Nothing sensitive in there. Okay. Okay, so I just wonder why I marked out. Oh, I must have marked out with a start because that was where horses are available. In which case, we should actually merge in a different location, perhaps. Okay. And then, oh, extra typo coming in with a party of 10. And good night, GG. Yeah, extra typo. Have a great time with your tournament travel in the coming weeks. Lots of huge events coming for you. We'll be watching as much of that as we can from home and cheering you on. So, thank you so much for dropping your crew and safe travels. Yeah, for those unaware, Scrabble Championship season is coming up into subsequent weekends, starting this weekend, and there'll be plenty of that to watch on stream for sure. Now let's see what we can do. Yeah, we'll continue out this way. Unless I just want to go up a chasm or something. Not impossible to do so. Given all the things that we can build. I think I'm going to walk over to the next vehicle point if I can, though. And we'll build something there. Oh, okay. Or we can just ride a horse. We should just ride a horse. Yeah, first of all, let's dispose of it. Yeah, actually, this is my mid-range one now. Nope. Not eyeball. Didn't think about that properly. I wonder if you can actually build a vehicle that would lift a skeletal horse up to the surface. I mean, skeletal horses are apparently accessible from the surface, and there's a particular stable that talks about that, but I sort of wonder if you can, like, actually flush one of these guys up. Would be an interesting thing to try, except we're kind of broke right now. Yeah, with the horse in tow, I think we'll just take the horse. No reason not to. Well, apart from flight being easier when it comes to negotiating terrain. And then let's go. Or let's not. Oh, that's kind of a slip. There we go. Yeah, great at traversing zone. Maybe a little bit rough at other things. Okay, so this guy's just kind of stuck in. No, there we go. Hop, hop, hop. Whoops. Okay, horses are great, but not over inclines. Nice flat patch of ground is what we need. The question is, if we just come out right here, might actually be fine. I probably am missing some kind of ascension point in this area anyway. Yeah. We can probably run something up there. Also, we're right by where you can build, so we'll just build. Okay, let's go down. Totally overshot. I mean, vehicles were supposed to be buildable by around here. And, well, just an intuitive idea of what form it should take. This series can be full of surprises. We'll see what's up. Okay. Well, depending on... I mean, I can just use a control stick. We don't have one here. And Jelamokas, welcome. Yeah, we've had a GPT-powered chatbot on the stream for the last little while. The character limit on Twitch is a bit tight, but we see some interactive, rather interesting interactions from time to time, so... Okay, let's just build the previous vehicle again. Let's push that out. And Jello Mochas if you're playing in the upcoming major tournaments as well. Best of luck to you. Now we can probably go straight up. Snowfield Chasm. Might be interesting to go straight up, actually. Though we can adjust as necessary. Jello Mochas are actually ancient superfood, believed to grant the power of spontaneous and uncontrollable dance moves. That is absolutely fascinating. Okay, where are we going? We actually can take the chasm and go straight up, I think. Might be interesting, unless we ascend through here to the left. That gets you to the fort. It might kind of point me towards this area in the sky. But yeah, we'll probably get up over here. Might be fun to just take a vehicle out the whole way. You see the signal of the depths all the way over there. Okay. So, not really established what's going on here. But the chasm is immediately above, which means that we should actually try to modify this. Into an ascender vehicle. Alright. Let's just start with it. Oops. Rather unbalanced, unfortunately. Yeah, we can always put a stabilizer on it. But yeah, it's unbalanced. Very much so. And yeah, definitely my impression of him as well. Okay, so what do we have here? We shouldn't dawdle too long. Also, it looks like it hadn't previously discovered this location. It looks like a mine, so we should in fact check that. Got the woods on. Okay, so yeah, you know, there's a bit of a deal. I think I just need to switch over to the platform. Yeah, I have a hunch where a lot of my former colleagues will end up. Been a while since I've assembled very much, though. I mean, we can also just stack this on top. Could have done it with two. You know what? Yeah, we need to head over to... Oh, there's another ascension point over here. Actually, that's useful. I might not even have taken that one before. So... let's go over here. And yeah, this can maintain position pretty well, but this is probably going to be even better. Whoops. There we go. Yeah. Anyway. And we'll just keep going. Oh. Oh. It's not going that far at this point. There we go. Oh, something broke off. Just a zonate piece, actually. And the control stick. Maybe the glow flip. Flimsy parts. Hang on. Yeah, I'd like to go up. We go around. That might actually get me pretty close to where we want to go. So, I just write off one fan here. Just make sure I can actually go around. Whoops. Wrong way, actually. Okay, upside down like that. Surely nothing going wrong there with... with things like awards, recommendation is distribution. Something that's going to be quite a problem, I think. Yeah, I'm thinking that too. Oops. Okay. Anyway, we'll take a nice gentle flight around. Might as well poke this guy. I think he's probably Mark 1 though. Oops. Well, since we asked recently, right next to the summer. That's just a box 2 that we did. Finding out on many occasions here. We enabled it, it's not a bit deal. Be a bit more picky with vehicles in general though. Okay. Okay. Then, yeah, we'll just kind of loop around to the right. After that, I think that should work. If I've read this correctly at all. Then, sure, you can jump in the bridge. We're gonna make it so that Lara and Cordelia can make it to their bedrooms. We should probably tap her for a part, but that's okay. I mean, this is an ample opportunity. I've got a very valuable piece off her, though. Yeah, I have a physical CDs. Yeah. Oops. Okay. Well, that's an unusual update. Probably has to do with the new missions that have been patched into story mode of the Wonderful 101, which has been out for a couple of years now. To absolutely zero public notice or fanfare. And you're glad you're finding there to be stuff this way? Not exactly what you're saying. Yeah. Some will. Well, too many other things besides. Okay, trying to make this work. Come on. Oh, whoops. Okay. A little too good now. Yeah, let's return this. No, 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 no. I have to turn it off. Okay. That's not a complication I expected. Anyway. We've made this task needlessly hard for ourselves. Let's just go. Let's just run. Anyway. We'll be getting there. Okay, so we could go for a splash. When it is time to eat, you can try it as well. Okay. Alright, let's see. A story like that about one's 3-year-old self is going to be more interesting as a rule of thumb. What happened? Why all of a sudden? Oh, it's probably because it was in my bag. Yeah, we'll have to find something. That granularity to control. Anyway, let's do the thing they usually do when they surprisingly wound up with a treasure semantics. And yeah, we'll have to take a look pretty carefully. History goes quite a ways back. Yeah, let's just get out. Top right though, like that's a location that's out of the way enough. I feel like it's worth inspection. That Yeah, we've been stuck here so much longer than expected. Probably because we could have just built our good, reliable Jeep vehicle in the first place. And wouldn't have had to do quite so much. This was... yeah. Just HPS for short. We'll do just fine. Just trying to figure it out. Yeah, we're getting really low on currency again, but I think there's no real alternative. I think we have to just build and hope for the best. Why did my previous thing just not work at all? Too flimsy? Yeah. Quick butt is flimsy, that's unfortunate. Anyway. Yeah, so we can drop pretty safely now, so let's just pull out something. Unread, but always observant. Anyway, latest casualty of this is... well, just trying to go around, really. We've gone up to chasm as well, actually. Maybe we should try it that way first. It'll get me up to this snowfield. And we'll see what the problem is from there. Because there will be some problem, I'm sure. Yeah. Actually, it's today. Oh, you can sit and think. Okay. And just change it to right. Just a couple of things that work differently, I think. But yeah, that was kind of a longer interruption than I anticipated in terms of just not managing to scrape together an acceptable solution. So we'll just go as I tried and true. Quite a bit slower and certainly less efficient than the Green Goblin that we'd seen. But getting reasonably close. And we'll go... yeah, probably just straight on. Straight until morning. That's how we'll be doing it. Except with occasional drops. Every time the battery is about to expire. Actually, we do in fact want to take the descent, so we'll just let it expire somewhere on top. Let's drop in a little bit at a time. Okay. Kind of neat little spin there at the end, actually. Pretty stylish as a way to finish.
yeah, Ascension Point should be pretty close by. Let's just grab that instead. I guess we didn't really restock very much Zonite on this adventure, contrary to intentions, but just be careful not to exhaust it all too soon when we are playing up in the sky. But yeah, we are going to go for the Ascension exit. Right here. And yeah, I actually don't have a good count of things I said. Like, not a good quantification of it. It's not something that occurred to me. Check, although given the map distribution in this game when it comes to treasures, that really is what we should have considered doing. Yeah, we'll pop out here. We're right by the enemy camp. We're also right by this waterfall, which... Oh, whoops. No. Don't do that. That was an accidental cancel. Wrong button. Alright, let's try it again. Elevator going up. To stay this time. I just backed out of it by mistake. And now, do we still have a waterfall available? Yeah, we do. We can ride it. I'm sure I've been there, though. Although... Ah, yes, no, that's... Yes, what gets you up to the water temple sequence. Much earlier. And, of course, it's going to encourage me to spend Zonite right away and trade it for star fragments since it's 10:30 p.m. We've got time. Yeah, we're not going to resist it. Are we now? Kind of think that doing a rocket hop or something might be fun, but let's see. Actually, you know what? This is not a bad moment to be going with a wing. Maybe single rocket. And can't hold it against somebody for having a good way to hold it. Oh, where is everybody? Okay, I didn't actually get that out of the bag. Well then. Yeah, let's just grab again another stick and then just build around it. We had to roll a lot more fans before we really kind of get back to that. I mean, I guess maybe we can do bike if we can maintain it. Hang on. See? Hold like this. And then back down. Hold like this. Whoa. Yeah, yeah. It's the initial lift. Runs into problems. Hang on. We'll go grab it. Here we go. Seems like something is disputed anyway. Yeah. There we go, I just needed to pull back a bit in the initial launch. And we'll be up there in no time. Okay. Yeah, that's the water supply. Clean it up and heat it up and run it through pudding. Or something like that. Oh. Anyway, star fragment should come pretty easily here. Yeah, we'll just stand here, one of the most fun rural Australia has. This is easy. From sail. And oh, we walked right into this, okay. Sure, let's fight. You know what? I'll play it away I want. Okay, we can find the last bit. Just be able to open it up much sooner than I've been doing, I think. Didn't realize the plows would come in handy. Yeah. Okay, let's maybe wear a much better set. Just for fight occasions. Now where did it go? Okay, headpiece. Get everybody to report into their right place first. Nope. Yeah, I think you might not be aware of just how different the holiday situation can be. Oops. so. Sure. Well, it is meant to be in a permanent trade, so no point in just leaving us hanging around necessarily. Okay. Your favorite ones, your favorite stories rather, are the ones you want to obtain, yeah. That sounds just about right. Okay. No weapons. Just gonna try to negotiate a couple of things about fight. Yeah, we know how to just swarm again. Now, why was there something that was a cause of conflict over here? Yeah, so. I think we want to try something with the mushroom. Key. Yeah, we might not actually have mushroom in the right place. Little tree. And yeah, we got a massive order. That was definitely way in excess of what we needed. Anyway, let's finally get back to fixing something. Okay. There we go. Yeah, sunny day. There's something around that area. I don't think I saw what. Could be interesting though. And children's books in general. It's ready, or and burgers with side. Yeah. This is kind of an interesting experience for a number of reasons, but all things considered, I think it was a big load off in my mind. Let's see if we can get the claw. Nope. Yes. Okay. You mentioned that. Oh, great timing. We're kind of in a bunch of silly, but that's because we're trying to look for an invoice and it doesn't seem to be appreciated. So. for providing that. I want to just... Was it somewhere? It was in perfectly fine condition. Okay. And of course here I'm just stuck in a whale apparently. Oops. Walls having taken quite a bit of fall damage along the way. We should hide up and switch. Hang on. Well, you can always merge them for later reference instead. Now we really can't afford to be losing vehicles constantly. Be a bit complacent about what straight route was going to be. Oh, okay, we'll still have this. Yeah, that was my understanding, was that I thought there would be shallows you walk across or something. No, it was high tide, it's high tide. And it is posted. It is accurately measured. Okay. Oops. There we go. Oh, we got a couple of additional parts, that's good. Yeah. Okay. In collaboration phase, we'll move to rain. We care about the collaboration phase, or we care more about sky play. It's not going to be a shrine because shrines are all accounted for. So maybe straight on up. Well, yeah, at this point, I think we're actually kind of getting funneled towards the main quest instead. We won't really have time to go back to visit it today. That's going to be something for the Pardo suit. And you've got a few pieces of that, don't you? Yeah, it was an expansion. And because that gives us a pretty interesting roster to work with. What generation never learned how to use the frog suit? That's right. '20, there we go. Come on. let's wait. Okay, success. Let's pop on the show quickly. And everyone's asleep, maybe. To do something else first around all this fog. Yeah, maybe it's still continuing its rather unchecked assault. And yeah. And yeah, we'll be doing both, okay? We'll be doing both. Anyway, back to the surface. Let's go ahead and look up. Well, varies next to 20 to 10, so that's going to be right after we leave. That's too bad. I really was quite impressed with the quality of its armors earlier. And yeah. Just don't really see it. But yeah, that sends you all the way up. Wonder if there is something like an additional sort of thing that we haven't really kind of. Yeah, because we've been there. Let's see. Just have to figure out what to do with this information. Been there. Have we been here? Yes, we have. That's that puzzle. Yeah, there's floating scales over there. One and the only time we needed a king scale shot. Trying to find out where else we can go. It just looks like a mining location potentially. Off to the side here. That cluster. Floating scales over here. There's got to be something else that I can actually stand on in that part of the map. Okay. Well, we'll have to see. Let's go fire. Okay. Not as efficient as I had hoped. Okay, so where we headed? This thing over here, that's the Zonate 4 drive, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Okay, so we can try to go back to the clothing scales. I don't know why, though. Because we've seen this whole cluster over here. I'm going to map this out carefully. There's a sky island over there. Some palms behind here. I don't think that is anything consequential. So, let's see. Yeah, I ultimately don't think it's going to make a big difference. And regardless. That won't get you much anyway. I wonder if there's some kind of big update too. Yeah, cat APT. Scratch. Okay, so what do we do from this point? Like the fund remaining. I activate the JK rolling. Still doing alright. Based on what is going on over in the Middle East. Probably lots more people based in South Africa, I'm guessing. It's more that if we wanted to go left or something, they pretty that'd be pretty unorthodox. Okay, keep going. Okay. In which cases? Well, we'll see. Yeah, I'm not going to stay long tonight anyway. So we might as well think ahead to setting up for the next extreme's worth of activity. It will either be playing out some mouse traps with some cheese or something with the fires. So yeah, I don't understand how the city just came together for our particular club, and of course all of us. Yeah, no real correlation that I can see. It's just some spaces are emptier than others. Should actually heal up at some point. Okay, that's fine. Well, definitely finish that. Not sure if you want anything larger, but duplex. Yeah, we do have to keep a lot of this stuff. I think I'm just going to leave things as is. I don't know if there's a good way to short it onto something. Yeah, it's been really quite difficult to find something available. Yeah, we've seen it at various clips and other grand dame of this kind of this plus bizarre. Look at that, blooms are loading it up, lighting it up in the rain. And where else can we actually go? Maybe just straight down the pit, but I think we want to unlock the story first. After that, or you're really going to get into a bit more trouble. Anyway, we don't actually need to know how something like Final Fantasy plays and where it does have co-op now, and I think I'm able to do that if so, but probably not in my first file. Okay, so I'm going to be looking at, yeah, still needs just some way to actually scout for islands I haven't seen yet. We should actually sort of head towards Thunderhead, I think, again, to make a fresh attempt at it, because we've marked out quite a bit more of it than before. We have an approximate idea of his overall structure. I think it might be worthwhile to go up. So anyway, this was a little bit aimless, but we have an objective now, so hopefully our aim is true. Okay. Oh. Okay. It's a relatively famous scenario. Well, I'll let you step through it first. Yeah, so just looking at the sky, I just don't know what I could possibly be missing. Like, this is the water temple sequence. We got a bunch of hopping over here. It might be a sky. So it's... No, we finished that one. well. Let's see, we actually did a fair bit early on. We got the Colosseum down, we got the treasure hunt down. It's just making sure we know what we're doing from this point. That is a little trickier. I think I know what we will do. We already unlocked that Barkener statue. There's something else we could do to get him to be in a state of residence. Be in a state of preparedness, rather. That will be good. Yeah, we've got a couple of clear items on the way down. We'll likely have to take them. Get a lay of the land. And of course, this goes much further than it used to. So. What is even Fey? These are largely your defense. You know what? We'll take it. Use a bit. And gumballs in there. Then let's see what we can do. Okay. So yeah, that's able to go with immediate effect, which is also kind of odd. I sort of suspect it might be something like that. But if you go up, then at least it covers most of the height gain that you need for purposes of future material, so. Let's see. Yeah, just a lot of different factors to consider at once here. Okay. Now, let's see. This is mostly on his way. Okay. Actual topical antennae are very useful to know. Not that we needed preparedness or anything, but just get a sense of what's going on. Here's another star fragment. We should actually go chase it. Right there's going to make an impact level 5. No, not you. Don't tell me I need another craft again. Okay. Now, how is this going to work? It's going to have well, I mean that's sort of an important part of this that we're trying to get from the interviewer. Nobody else was getting there. Okay. Oh, found him. Yeah, so somebody is also likely a plant. Okay, we definitely need this fragment, so let's just go for it. Worry about the budget later. Oh, I also didn't loot everything around the plus. Okay, no. And it opened me, okay. Yeah, you should ask me that before. There's some kind of like patch update for another game. You see the Nintendo wide alert system fairly into account. Oops. Wasn't paying attention at all. Renovation League. East Renovation League. Yeah. Hmm. Okay, there we go. Okay, we're clearly in need of winding down pretty soon, to be honest. I'll try to be a little more thorough about tomorrow's. And then we'll meet again at the 74th. Trying to go my mains Saturday. They were pretty much split open by then. Those were pretty easy to eat. Anyway. Yeah, I'm trying to find it. And look at this. Seats. Well, that's not the main reason we have the story mode. The main reason we have a story mode is so you can get on the core mechanics faster. But you do not need to play it if it is too easy, okay? Skip it. I mean, if you find a better way to do it and keep your eyes closed and to view. No, it's aging. Yeah, normally it would be a lot more alert to stuff like this, but today, just take the nice little leap where we're supposed to go. Yeah, we'll see. Oops. the little one over there making a little shadow. So, whoops. Okay, let's try this. Well, we barely got here, right? Okay. Well, that's okay. Yeah. Well, it would be nice to finish on something a little more productive, rather than just aiming around the way that we've been doing ever since leaving the depths. There's so much to kind of expectations we'd like. Yeah. It's quite a vast selection. I still think maybe we should go up. This seems strange. What a mean is look at a couple times. So this would be someone will leave you. Mm-hmm. I mean, realistically, what will actually happen is that we will have to take Zonite over to the Great Sky Island. Not Great Sky Island, but Great Sky Chasm Mine. And probably get something prepared for down here. No. Yeah. I think so. I think I know which ones I want. Anyway. Chess Bunzo, welcome. Yeah, I'm actually not staying on too long today. We've been running out of steam slightly in this session anyway, in the past hour or so. Where we have a very specific objective right now, but it's going to take a little bit of exploration to put together. This location here. It's right here. And when I've seen it, not we might have a paper to look at. You know, this is interesting. That this area is clearly accessible, but doesn't appear connected to anything. Or does it? It's a lot closer than I thought it would be. Maybe that's it. Let's do it. Let's get a vehicle first. And then get some lids. Am I enjoying the game? I'm enjoying the game immensely. This has been tons of fun. Alright. Let's see. I may have to. Yeah, we'll just spend in defense. We're running so long on these. Oh, we actually have 4 fence build. That's okay. That means I can build the rapid ascender. Okay. Maybe the... Oh, and there was even a control stick there if I'd bothered to just step a few steps over to the right before pulling out all of my own parts. So yeah, this looks like potentially an island or series of islands I haven't hit. So... either that or it's just a way station between the Ukrainian and Russian forces that we may have stumbled into a long time ago before the war. And yeah, Chess Bunzo, I don't know how much or how little you are attending of the huge run of Scrabble tournaments coming up this month, but if you're going to be there, best of luck to you. And if you're not, I guess you'll be enjoying the streams. Like I will be doing over here. You played in World Cup and you're going to play Nationals. Yeah, I hope World Cup went well for you. Okay, so we found this little pod here. It's clearly by itself not going to be enough to sustain the shrine, but maybe there's something that we'll need here. Yeah, it looks like this is just kind of a... Oh, it is going to be a score. Have I fought this one before? We're about to find out. And we better change some bit of armor. Actually, we're already in excellent armor. Okay. Wow, you're just gonna blow up. Right, because we didn't really get an engagement with the fight. Yeah, there's a Flux 2, it's one that we haven't seen before. We'll have a treasure chest here, possibly a sage as well. Okay, dead. That was quick. I'll put a Flux 2 on something. Don't know what. We're kind of full up on weapons here, but no, actually Master Sword will take it just fine. Why not? Okay, 2 more of these to go. So, pretty easy to locate those at least. So yeah. You'd probably be under aisles over here, which, you know, skies are completely clear when you look at it from this distance. Which is kind of unexpected, but... I can place some more pins, yes I can. Right here. Yeah, this is... Those hold over there. Yeah, what you need is some way to navigate this in the storm. I'm surprised that I can see so much of it. We previously had been to the central pod, because there was the boss fight there. I think I've been to the central pod. There is an ice pod. There are a lot of interactions there that are basically just invisible until you have to be the one dealing with them. Very, very opaque in some ways. But anyway. Yeah, because look at this. You got this like a ice penguin challenge or something. That's completely new to me. What's the context? Well, I mean, I expect the storm to just start up again if you're approaching it up close, but anyway, we definitely hadn't been here before. And we still have vehicle access. And that's likely something we could still look at. Yeah, so I tagged something over here. It looked like something I hadn't seen. Okay. Yeah, I think that's going to be quite promising. Well, a little significant interest. I'm sure. Gets underway. Just trying to see up close so we can see the silhouette of something like a shrine assembly point. So we can get something like a crystal quest. This spot right here looks like it might be it. Those twin pillars. It looks like twin pillars. I don't know if they're the kind of semicircle around a shrine. Or is this just a gate? Might just be a gate. But yeah, very little else looks like a shrine pre-built. Maybe this one is. Down here. It's hard to see how these things are layered too. Oops. Hang on. Same end. Okay, that's the extremity. Interesting. It's kind of like they're almost boasting about having possession of a camel or something. You know, like it's the camel beast from last game. Just docked in a spacecraft. Yeah. Just trying to see if I can locate anything else in that cluster. Oh yeah, what looked like the ice steps here were just... No, that was just ice. We just hit the cliff side. Okay, so that's not actually useful. That's a much better view of what was going on there, actually. Can I remove that one? I can tell what color that is, actually. Yeah, it's probably attempted to. This guy was actually so into baseball. Anyway. Maybe while we still have some momentum, we can attempt that. But I suspect that things will just freeze on us all over again. Yeah. Oh, I guess maybe that's a nice cliff all the way over there. Hang on. Got red over here. Have I actually not visited that yet? Or marked in red. That's actually a sizable location. That might actually be it then. There's quite a lot going on there. On a couple of different islands. I think that's probably the best lead we have currently. So what was the green node? Green node was... Hang on, let's redo the green node. Oh, no. Hang on. Slipped again. I don't know why I slip all the time when I'm trying to use the scope. This happened a lot in the first game too, and I don't know. It's just a particular mechanical habit or something else, but that's going to cost me. Because the whole point of coming up here was to get the vehicle. What we can do is maybe try to dive into the adjoining waterfall. And project back upwards that way. But let me see. Trying to mark some locations here. I lost a green pin. No, that was not it. No. It was one of the central parts of Thunderhead Isles. Where was it? Oh, I see. It does actually freeze me into place. We're just falling really slowly. It actually does freeze me into place when I'm trying to... Oh no, I just fall really slowly. Okay, it slows down time. I'm trying to hit the scope. Yeah, no, I was trying to hit the end of the chain. Which is right over here. Come on. And then that tag over there, I don't think I actually needed. Was that even there? That was just a mistake. Oh, and it's not even the one we needed to remove. So what happened to that? Oh, we made a total mess of this. Okay, I've made a total mess of this map all of a sudden. Just from that slip up. So I still don't know what that is. And I've actually taken away something important. Perhaps. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. Yeah, Thunderhead Isles. I was somewhat convinced I could land there. I wonder if I just have a particular habit of moving forward when I use a scope or something. Not the first time it's happened, and not even the first game that it's happened in. But okay. I was trying to scout the chain over there. Ah, I see, okay. Yellow over there, that's a cherry tree? Possibly? Didn't expect a suspended one. It looks pretty reachable anyway, but in that case, yeah, it was the red cluster that looked very promising, and then yeah, green was just a tail end. So basically, we try to hit these three. Well, let's maybe try to make it over to that one. And of course, I lost my really expensive vehicle. Anyway, let's get on a ride. I actually think we should grab some spare parts for this one. Then this will be a little more reliable, but still fast. Be able to get over there pretty quickly. I feel like the one that I marked in red I had visited before, but hard to place exactly what was familiar about it, because it is in what seems like a fairly major location, but that might just be occluding some, you know, overlap in the silhouettes, where it's not really as important a location as it might seem if I'm looking at it from just a wrong angle. We'll try to scout it out again when we're on the next island, assuming that I can have a sight line to it, which we should be able to. If I'm able to find that, then we're pretty well set. What is this place? Got a tree. Also, we should have put on some battery efficiency here, but it's okay. Looks like I'll be just barely over the line. We better put on a charge or two. Just in case. I must have been here previously. Central Archipelago, I think I was here. Possibly even yesterday. And I believe there was a treasure chest here, and we got it, but that's because we were nowhere near the locations you're supposed to be in. Okay. Yeah, that's why we just scouted this one out. Okay, still far enough that we're not dealing with too much thunder just yet. Green is still kind of distinct to me. Like, we need a concrete landing location or something. Even just an endpoint. It says, like, yes. That'll be a terminus. That's something a little closer. Yeah, this is really quite elaborate. And yeah. Okay. We got that whole island chain over here. Who's working over here? This is a lot more isolated than I thought. Now I think I've probably been there. Earlier when it tanked, I thought it looked like it was part of a cluster. This looks like it was part of a cluster. So here we are. Roughly in central. I feel like this is not going to be a useful marker after all, but this might be. Because it gives you the end. I suppose we can just try again to see if we're going to run into thunder problems. And yeah, look at that. Like within this distance, suddenly everything is covered. So, it does happen. You can get a nice view of it to a point.
When the glow of the blood-stained moon shines upon the land,
Yeah, this will be, if we do approach, it would be our third attempt to navigate the Thunderhead Isles. First attempt didn't go very far when we landed there. The second attempt went a bit better. We definitely found some things in the central island. Also fought a mini-boss. But yeah. You definitely see different islands in the chain, and that chain is going to be rather important here. You got this whole additional island here that seems to exist for servicing this area, almost. I'll add another charge in just a moment. Then we'll land here. I'm just trying to get in closer. Yeah, this was seen previously. That's familiar. So the thing that is new is the approach into Thunderhead. It's too bad that this turned out to be just a bit of an illusion of a silhouetting. Not sure if this will tell me anything. Ah yes, this is one of those. Where I had to escort her from the lower level. Yeah, we've been here. Okay, despite storm clouds gathering, you can kind of see some of what's coming. Well, the affiliated islands that are not yet part of the cluster. Okay. Well, unfortunately, I will not be able to stay to litigate that today. But we'll see what we're barreling towards when we see you back here. Or all sorts of games. But mostly this one for the time being. We're going to adjourn for now and pass you folks on to somebody else. Like I've been saying, I'll only be able to run daily for maybe another 2 or 3 days or so, and then we actually do have to cut off for a little bit due to some outside movements and disruption. We'll hopefully finish, or some definition of finish, later this week. So, definitely stick around. We'll finally do the main quest after 2 months playing this without doing so. Probably. That's the intention. We'll see if it actually goes that way. So, that's it for now. Thanks for watching. Thanks again to the raids that came from both Shinju and Extra Typo. And until we meet again, good luck with whatever you're off to do. And as always, everything well.